Okay, I think we're good now. Yeah, we're good. What's going on, stream? How you guys doing? Welcome. It's Sunday. We're back in Terminus. I was debating looking at Atom Fall this evening, but I was in doing some harvesting and I had an offer to get into Halnir's at the entrance, so I took it. I don't know who I'm grouped with. They're all from a guild called Empire, it looks like. Hope you guys are doing well. Paladin's working out pretty good so far. I think I lost aggro once to a wizard nuke. I haven't seen politely a loot hoarder. But it seems like we have one in the group here. So I've pretty much given up on trying for any of the armor. Lost aggro there. I wasn't persistent. I got a feeling this guy's overgeared too. I can get aggro back on the next attack, but I think all these guys in this group are overgeared. me get this bright cap quest out of the way. It'll give us time for our dots to wear off. This should give us at least 2. I think 2 is all we need. Nice. There's the completion. That guy hasn't respawned yet. Can't pull them because that's a 2. We don't have one of a rogue or a chanter. Hey, Vec. Ion 2 comes out Q4 in South Korea early next year. Really? Intriguing. I wonder if they'll hold to the same methodology as the first one. I don't know what Aeon looks like now. I know it underwent, I think, a revamp or a change like a decade ago. got our new sword, our new two-hander, which is nice. Oh no, it's one-hander. One strength, one agility, 2.8. One strength, one agility, 2.8. Oh, it's the same. Oh. Never mind then. Not as exciting as I thought. Let's go down to 12. So I got in here an hour ago. When I got in here, I was repping a tank, so the tank took off. Then like 5 minutes later, somebody else said they had to go, and they got a rep, and that person came into the group. And then somebody else had to leave, and they said they couldn't find a rep. And then the person who had just gotten into the group 10 minutes ago ended up leaving the group. Now we have 2 spots open. We're waiting for 2 people to show up here. They made Aeon 1 all free to play, full of loot boxes. Really? But you needed to buy keys. Oh, I see. They went the microtransaction way. Unfortunate. Unfortunate. This has been a good test, though. We've been rocking pretty well so far. Like I said, I've only lost aggro twice now. I lost once to a wizard who crit, and I think I lost once to the ranger who also crit. But I think these guys are overgeared. My concern is now we get these two people coming to fill in the group and then somebody else leaves. Let's see what happens. You have the coordinates for your corpse? Perfect. We're waiting for 2 people to get here. It's a lengthy run going through AVP if you're not familiar with how to get here. One of them knows how to get here, and the other one is following that one. We have to wait. We have to wait. We have to wait. We have to wait. I'm making a bunch of noise at the moment. They must be zoning out to get them. Okay, back to having a full group again. He slides to the left. That sounds weird. He's trying to dance. This must be one of the larger guilds on the server. Every single person that's been swapped in and out has belonged to this guild. The shaman's level 20. Shaman's gonna be a problem for hate. My goodness, we are not doing much DPS. What is happening? Guy must be trying for Guard Husk gear. Only time he ever closes on a mob for the most part is when there's Ravagers. Clearly overgeared. Clearly. Hang on a second, stream. Hang on a second. Hang on a second. Ba-ba-ba-da-ba-ba. Hey, Rum, what's going on? I am. Nah, well, playing a paladin instead of my usual warrior, it's been interesting, but I've already gone through all the content in the game at the moment, so it's all rehashed for me. Oh no, warrior all the way. Oh, whoops, wrong thing. Hey, what's going on? Right on. I just realized I jumped in the wrong channel. You guys are in orcs. I'm not in orcs. Whoops, I jumped in the wrong channel. What's going on, guys? Yeah, name is Krushnek, but in-game it's Garamek. Right. Okay, right on. We can go ahead and move in then. No such thing as a dumb question, my friend, if you don't know the answer. There will be a ranger trainer in both of the towns that are in the game at the moment on the side of the continent that you're on. Avelia is the main city, that's probably where you started, and Demeth is the town located in Avendir's Pass. So what zone are you in right now? Oh, you started in Wild's End. So Wild's End is your only town on that side of the continent. In order to get to another town, you're going to need a port over to the other side of the continent, which is over where we are. There's gonna be two here. I'm up at the top of the stairs. I'm up top. Okay, I'm coming down. Man, there ain't no problem with paladins. I've been all through this dungeon, but this is my first time on a paladin, so bear with me. Yeah, I've got 6 warriors and this guy. There are only 7 people in this zone, and they're all grouped together. They're all 24 to 28, so you have no one to play with. That is, dude, you should ask for a level 15 wizard, or ask if there's a port. Ask if you can get a port, and then port over the other side. I find it hard to believe there's only 7 people in Wild's End, but if there are, like if nobody's over there but you, because the other 6 are high level and grouped, get a port. See if you can get a port out of there. Is there a wizard in the zone? Right after this pull. That door does not open at the moment, and if you go near it, I think you get stormed by like 3 Ratkin. And then the hallway to the right, I believe that's a short little cul-de-sac that ends, and then if you stay there, I think, long enough and kill a bunch of stuff, I think you have a chance to spawn a named. We could. Well, basing the level of the group right now being 15, 16, 17, Black Rose is probably our best bet. We can at least try and clear there and see what's available. If nothing's available there, we can backtrack and just pull stuff around this room. I'll get everybody to come in here where I am and stay here. 3 or 4 pulls over. Oh, there's a group on the other side there, so they might make it easy. Stay here for a moment anyhow. Oh, you haven't been here, right? I've watched many a wipe. I've watched many a caster pull a 16 mob train out of nowheres. I've seen a lot of stuff in here. Okay, we can come across the bridge. So I'll show you guys a couple of points. I'll assume the group has been here before. Okay, so over here to the side, you'll see a ladder. If you climb that ladder, there's a merchant up there that you can sell stuff to. Yep. Yep, go ahead and climb up. So if you're in here for a day and you're killing a bunch of stuff and you get your bags full, you can just come up and talk to this guy. Now, if you drop this, we're not going to drop down this way just yet, but if you drop down this way over here and you follow that path straight west, it's going to come almost to an end, and if you look, turn to your right, the wall is going to have a series of bricks that you can climb up. The first relic that you come across in the game spawns up there. Now, it's not fantastical, so don't get all excited. It's like 10 hit points or 10 mana or something, but it is a relic. I don't know what the spawn time is. I think it's like every 6 hours, or roughly 6 hours. I could be wrong there. That's all that's down there. There's not much else. Then you would come back here, and then we'd continue going over the other side of the bridge. Also, if you come over here, and you look down under the bridge, that's a whole area as well with more creatures. And if you head to the east, down there at the bottom, you'll come to a spot where you can farm for named. The named has a chance to drop an item called Ring of the Drawn, and it has a Ratkin illusion. So if you see players running around looking like Ratkin, they went down there and killed the named. No, I don't believe so, but factions aren't turned on just yet for most of the content, so it's only the mobs are going to hate you. You can balance hate and like mobs, but you can't correct mobs that you ruin faction with per se. Like in here, you can wreck the Black Rose to build the Ratkin, or wreck the Ratkin to build the Black Rose. Neither one serves a purpose at the moment other than movement through the dungeon. But factions will be revisited in the future, and when they turn on all the factions, that's when we're going to know if illusion forms actually do something. But as far as I know right now, they don't. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and drop back down the way we came. We're going to go over to the bridge here. Now, here's another little secret I'll give you guys. Right here, there's a semi-slanted pillar. Now, don't jump on there just yet. If you climb up there, and at the top of it, swing around to the right, and then climb up on a little ledge, there's a chance there's a small bag on the floor against the wall. That bag is a 12-slot bag, I believe. Or it might be a 14-slot. Oh, we got aggro. If you fall, you land in the basement. So you're at your own risk going up there. It's not easy. Now, stay here at the bottom for a second. I'll see if the spawns are up here, because this is the first pull up here that could actually get messy. That's normally a possible 3 spawn, but it looks like somebody must have killed 2 of them up there. So I'm guessing there's a group in the next area, which is known as the Black Rose area. But even if there's a group there, we're not going to step on their toes. But I'll show you guys since we're already clearing through here anyways, and that way at least you guys will know for next time. We are too low for that. They will eat us for breakfast. Black Rose would typically take you to about 17. You could squeeze 18 with the new con system that they put in. After the Black Rose, you meet the Ultherians, or the Ghosts. They're 20 plus, and they hit really hard and have a couple of really nuisance abilities. I mean, I'm always up for trying them, but it's probably not going to be a good dance for us. But I'm easy. I'm up for anything. That's probably because you might not have been the level. If it takes a long time to kill them, it can seem like the XP is not worth it for the amount of time you stand fighting. However, a big part of that, the melee ghosts have an ability called Shield Wall, and if it goes off, it makes the fight like 6 times longer, and the whole purpose is to run your healers and casters out of mana. a lot of times people will spawn or trigger or aggro the melee guys. The shield wall will go up, and then they'll either run it off or they'll die to it, and then the ghost stays up indefinitely until it's killed with that shield wall ability. So a group might run by not knowing any different, all of a sudden hit this mob that's taken 5 minutes to kill, and they're like, what the frick's going on? Why is it? This isn't worth being down here, and it's all because you let the buff get on. Now, my understanding is shield wall can be interrupted, I believe by casters. Okay, so over there to the north, that's another little closed room. I believe you can kill all the mobs in there and you have a chance to spawn a mob in the corner, I believe, but it looks like there are people there already. So we're going to come down here. Now, normally, there's a ratkin right here, and there's one of those fire spiders or explosive spiders here by this rock. There's also normally... Oh, he's up. There's a little spider right here, too, in this doorway. We're going to kill this. Okay, and then if you come to me and stop here, don't go up those stairs. Turn north and look up those stairs. That's the spider area. It's very rare that people go up there because it can be deadly. You typically don't want to go up there unless you're level 19, roughly. 18, 19. Through this door here, this is what's... Hug the right. Hug the right when you come in. Hug the right when you come in. Okay, this is called the safe room. So if you're ever in here and someone's asking for safe room, blah, 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 this is a place where you can go AFK, whatever, just sit in the corner. Just don't go over by those stairs or you're going to aggro the 3 exploding spot. Oh, we got him. Okay, now, we start into what's called the Black Rose area. So BR, a lot of people will say, if you're in zone, a lot of people will say BR needs whatever. Chances are they're either sitting here or they're sitting on the other side of the next chamber. This is where the mobs step up in difficulty. The mobs are 2 levels higher and they have more abilities on them. Now, my understanding is a couple of weeks ago when they annoyed most of us OGs because they made parts of this zone relatively more accessible or easy, if you want to use that word. I haven't been here since then, so I don't know if it's going to be as challenging as I'm making it out to be, but this part here was the first real challenge of this zone. The reason being is there are numerous elite type mobs, meaning they're not trash mobs, but they're not names. Think of them as placeholders. There's also a named in here called the Warden. The Warden hits really hard. He's a bit of a headache, and there are 3 pulls here that can go drastically wrong, and the first one is at the top of these stairs. There are 2 guards. The way this works, normally you would want to stand back here where I am, and you'd want to edge over to the left until you see the first Black Rose guard. When you see the first Black Rose guard, you'd want whoever is your CC'er or person with traps to target that mob. Then the tank wants to step out in front of those stairs, target the mob on the right, aggro the mob on the right after the trap has been put down or the enchanter has CC'd the one on the left, and then take them one at a time. You have to watch for the Iron Will trait on these guys because that can make this area deadly because it's very difficult to get single pulls. He's in the corner. He's right here. He's right behind Kelethan. Right, now, to me being level 15, a lot of these are yellow and up. So that means there's going to be periodic misses on my taunts, so watch aggro as well in case you happen to get it. Now, do we have CC? Hello. Okay, so, do I call you Angel? Do I call you Dottie? Either. Okay. Okay, Angel. You know what? I'm going to call you Dottie just because that's your name in game. So, Dottie, if you could come over to where I'm standing, don't go any closer, but just come over to where Garamek is standing. You should be able to see that Black Rose guard at the top of the stairs. I want you to target it, but I don't want you to do anything just yet. I'm going to step out, and I'm going to aggro their partner on the right-hand side. When they both start to come down the stairs, that's when I want you to CC your target, okay? Sure, it's the one on the left. The one that you can see. There's only one that you can see from where I'm standing. See that rose guard there? That's the one I want you to CC when it comes down the stairs. Let me know when you have it as a target. Okay. Alright, incoming. I'm not gonna be able to pick up both guards or they'll kill me, so that second one's loose. Man, it's been a while since I've had to take a group through a dungeon. I like this. This is what I do. Sorry, chat. I've been missing the chat because, well, I mean, obviously if you've been here long enough, you've been listening to me. They have been known to run too, so make sure you try and stop them. If they get out of the room, it can be a problem. Now, the spawn time with this camp, typically, I believe you have anywhere from 14 to 17 minutes. So a lot of times when you come in here, if you get in the habit of having to have people come into the group, like say someone comes in and then 20 minutes they're gone, or a half hour they're gone and whatnot, you really want to try and keep that timer. Because if you're up on those stairs and the spider spawn and the guard spawn at the same time, I mean, it's pretty much an instant death at this level. Thankfully, you have a Garamek here, and he knows, or at least he likes to think he knows what he's doing. Okay, the second worst pull is this one here, and I'm going to give you guys the cheat code. So in this next chamber, what I'll do is, I'll get you, it doesn't have to be the whole group, just you guys can come up here. Stand where I am. In this chamber, there are two mobs right on the other side of the door. There's also that Black Rose worker that paths back and forth, and then every now and then you'll see a Black Rose pit boss, or crew boss. There he is right there. He's a tough mob. That's like a placeholder type mob. So he's stronger than trash, a little weaker than a named. If you're not careful when you try and clear that other side of that door, you're going to get like 6 guys and it's pretty much death. So what you want to do is you always want to take your time, wait to see if the pathers go down the end of the hallway there, and then you can step through the room and body pull mobs out through the door. Make sure when you pull them out through the door, you come all the way back into the safe room. You don't want to be fighting them up here, again, if the spiders spawn or if the 2 door guys spawn on this side. So I'm going to go ahead and pull. You guys can go back down to that lower level. Come on, dude. Walk to me. Good stuff. Good stuff. This is where chat, you guys, this is where you get to see a pro, man. I'll show you how to break this area. They are. That I can't tell you. Come on, you saw me. You saw me. Oh, you're acrobatic. Oh, you would be acrobatic. You have to see me. Turn. Nope, okay, cool. You should go all the way down now. Are you gonna walk back? Nope, you're gonna walk forward. Beautiful. I planned that. I really don't want to sound egotistical if I say this is just what I do. The fights seem to be pretty straightforward. I've been doing this zone for a very long time, so I know this zone, like forwards, backwards, up, down, what have you. I'll say this, you guys got lucky to get me in the group as a tank. And I appreciate the fact that you guys are listening. I know it's like 5 Empire and myself, so... Oh, are you kidding me? Well, you know, don't necessarily speak for everybody, because you never know, but this next mob is going to be the crew boss. The crew boss is the in-between. Stronger than trash, weaker than named, but it's acrobatic, so a lot of melee abilities are going to be missing. Here we go. Oh, something else I'll say as well. A lot of these guys have, I wouldn't call them mem wipe abilities, but it's more like random target. So during the fight, when you're fighting, you know, you may see that a lot of mobs will turn and target somebody else. That's not a threat issue, that's just them using a utility ability on a random target. It is if it's not empty. You got it, because he jumps back there, and then there's respawns, and guess what? He brings it all with him, and he's like, what happened? And then everybody dies. That's the thing with Rangers, I will tell you, is there are a lot of Rangers who... Now, I'm not saying he's one of them, but I'm just saying there are a lot of Rangers who don't pay attention to their disengaged spots. I was in Hangor, which I don't know if you guys have ever been there, but it's a mountainous area. And I had a ranger who got so into the fights, every time we would pull something, he would disengage and fling himself off a cliff, and he died. And it was the funniest thing. I laughed for 20 minutes, my abs hurt, this was like a month and a half ago. He didn't learn his lesson, and he did it 3 other times in a 4-hour span, and every time it was not funny. So, you would think, but see, well, see, the thing is, min-maxers, you know, they focus so much on the combat that I've realized that a lot of players don't pay attention to their environment. And the issue is Rangers can make it a nightmare for groups. Rangers can wipe a group and not even realize what happened because they jump back into aggro range of something the group wasn't ready for. Oh, I've seen it happen. Come on, dude. You see me. You see me. Okay, maybe you don't. Do you see me? Excuse me. Oh. That was a surprise. I don't know where that came from. Guys, there is nothing wrong with the Paladin. Dude, I'm having so much fun tanking with this guy. We have no aggro issues, nothing. I don't know what Paladins are talking about. I'm starting to get tired of other players. I really am. I'm starting to get tired of other players and their opinions. These mobs are anywhere from 1 to 3 levels above us. I'm not perfectly geared. We're doing just fine. And I'm in a group that I don't run with normally. And it sounds like some of these guys don't run with each other normally. So, I don't know what Paladins are talking about. There's nothing wrong. Maybe that's why people don't watch me, because they don't want people cluing in that there's nothing wrong. Maybe that's it. I never thought about that before. That could be it. Oh, you're both walking. You're both walking. There you go, there you go, there you go. Nope, walk again, walk again. I am a genius. Everybody say it together. I'm just kidding, of course, chat. What do you say? He likes playing a hybrid? I didn't say that. I didn't say I liked playing the hybrid. I said there's nothing wrong with the hybrid. I do not, but I have friends who have cats that try to play the game. You're catching on. These guys also have a tendency, when they do drop it, they can drop armor called Keep Issued Armor. I wouldn't mind rolling on it if any drops. Uh-oh. I got two coming. Please try and mez my not target. Oh yeah, there's nothing wrong with the paladin. Man, I could just tank. I could just tank. That's all I'm saying. I could just tank. I don't want to play any other archetype because I'm afraid I'll get good at that too. Okay, I'm gonna wait a couple minutes because those spiders respawned, which means the door guys are about to respawn. I don't want to overpull and risk ruining a good thing. Wonder if I can pull from out here. I wonder, do we want to tackle a spider? I guess we're going to. It aggroed. Might need to CC. Yep. I would be lying if I... Well, no, yeah, no, we're good. I just want you guys to know, this mob is very red to me. I did not know that. I won't be pulling that again. I'm not going to tell the group, though. I'm going to let the group be impressed with themselves when this thing dies. Yeah, I'm missing a number of attacks, which is why you're getting aggro. Oh. We gotta get him killed. We can't let him get into the next room. So, just so you guys know, I pulled that accidentally. That was a level 20 mob. Good job. Don't let it get to your head. Good job. I won't be pulling that again because I didn't realize that was as high as it was. I was expecting it to be 17, but it was very red to me. We did. Sorry guys, let me we're medding, so let me catch up on chat. Hey Tyron, what's going on? You wanted to try the hero's journey? Hey War, what's going on? If I'm an enchanter, I would want to mess that guy right at the stairs, right? Yes. I found some kind of giant ruin, not me. I am perfect. What he says, he likes playing how I know. While you were coughing, you were choking on arrogance. Right, right. It's not my fault. I'm one of the more knowledgeable individuals in this game. I can't help it. It's what happens when you play this game for years. Extended target window would be amazing. You had a chance to use that two-hand greatsword? I did. I have about 3 hours. Yes. Oh. What? That's the pit boss. That's the placeholder. Oh. It can definitely get scary. Don't know why you're looking down there, you still silly person. Oh, is he looking for us? I can't... Zealot, was he one of the reps? Zealot just ran all the way past... Oh, here he comes. Yeah, right on. Could I ask for shaman buffs before you log out? Oh, okay, I got just confused. Nice. This one's going to be spell resistant. Let me die. We got 3. Should I die or can we CC? Not that I know of. I should have died out in the chamber and had them drag me. I'll do it next time. I said it in voice, but I didn't realize there's only a couple of us in here. So I'm allowed to make one mistake. So that was the one mistake, okay? Just so chat knows. That was the one mistake. Hey. I mean, if we don't have the ability to invis, it's not that big a deal. We can go ahead and just clear back down. It's only 13, 14 pulls. There's probably another group up at the entrance anyhow. Something else so you can turn me up. I'm glad you said that. I've been saying that for the last, well, 3 months of early access. I've told everybody that I've talked to, if you're not comfortable with dying in this game, you need to stop playing this game. Right, right. Well, welcome. Well, I'm Krushnek. I'm playing Garamek in this group. I am not in the guild, but I've been playing this game for about 3 years now, so I got all the knowledge. That won't happen. We'll regroup and clear back down. Our bodies are there. Well, that's cool. Okay. Karma, I say you were humbled. Shenanigans. That is not what happened. That is not what happened at all. I tripped. I tripped. Level 24. It's 50%. Yep, and the 25% comes at 16. I don't think that'll happen. That would make death pretty much non-existent for a penalty. That would defeat the purpose of the game, I think. But what do I know? It is. But they want this game to remain risky. They want you to be able to work for progression. So they don't want to give you the 90% because then people are like, meh, whatever. It's 10%. I can work it off in 1 or 2 kills. They don't want that. They want you to have in the back of your head, I better not screw up or I'm going to annoy some people because they're going to have to get 50% of their experience back. Like, there are abilities in this dungeon alone that are 3 times as weak, and some have even been removed and placed elsewhere on different mobs, which has made the first half of the zone, and I hate to use this word, but easy than it was 3 weeks ago. It was the update like 2 weeks ago where it happened, because so many people just couldn't hack it running through this dungeon because morale, cooperation, nobody chatting, nobody working things out, people getting greedy. All the stuff you're not supposed to do that the game wants to punish you for, that's exactly what it did, but now it doesn't because so many people cried and complained and can't play the game. It's just what it comes down to. It is annoying, quite annoying. I got aggro. Whoops. Yeah, there's so I don't know what games you guys may have come from or what your experience is if you guys are just new because of early access, but this is not like World of Warcraft, this is not like Final Fantasy XIV, this is not like ESO or Guild Wars 2, insert any current MMORPG today. This is not that. This is a dangerous game. This is a game that was designed initially so that your head would be on a swivel, so that you would do 110% when you're in a group instead of going AFK ninja style or hanging in a group for 10 minutes, not paying attention to your surroundings, stepping where you shouldn't. Unfortunately, there's a lot of players who don't care to pay attention to that stuff, and they make it a bad experience for others. Then that happens to the majority, and the game changes, and it becomes more accessible, which sucks, because the whole part of this dungeon right here was the challenge that it posed. I can't even begin to tell you guys the stories of how players worked through this dungeon, just this dungeon alone, not even all the other stuff in the game, just this dungeon. And now it's not as important anymore, at least not until you get down into the lower areas of Halnir's. But they just dumbed down the first half of this dungeon. And it was totally manageable. It was totally manageable. I've killed everything in this game multiple times. It's totally manageable, but players just don't want to pay attention. Yep. Corpse runs. You used to have to make friends with rogues, necromancers, and monks. Yep. I remember when they had it set up that your corpse permanently decayed after 7 days if you didn't loot your body. We should be good to continue pulling. Come on, dude, see me. Or don't. Fine by me. That's crazy. Who's coming back first? Are you both coming back together? I bet you are. Of course you are. You're far enough if I pull... No! I got two. I got two. My understanding is less. But remember, it can all depend on how they're geared and how they play. A lot of the science behind the class or classes in this game, all the classes, is who's driving the vehicle. Yes, it is. I've spent a long time grouping with all classes, a whole bunch of different people. I've been on half a dozen different servers. Unfortunately, a lot of people have been complaining the past 3 months of early access that classes are broken, not working right, blah blah blah. They all work fine, they all do their job. Again, I've killed everything in the game, just saying, and I've done it with all sorts of different classes. But unfortunately, the classes are being changed because too many people don't know. They're not taking the time to understand how their class is played in every situation. So then they cry and complain when something doesn't work right. That's why I'm on the Paladin. Like, I'm 6 warriors in. I know I'm pretty much the pentultimate warrior person, but my goal right now is to play the Paladin and the Dire Lord and see how they play so I understand all 3 tanks. People complained about the Paladin for the last 3 months, and I've had no problem the past week I've been playing this. I mean, I've been tanking in here, and I'm not losing aggro. Like, everything's fantastic. I don't know what's wrong with people. There is that. That's crazy. That's crazy. Uh, So funny thing about Vanguard. Oh god, I don't want to get into the story because I'll be wasting time. Long story short, I was actually the in-game warrior class lead during beta for Vanguard. I actually helped Sigil Games design and build the warrior and pretty much a lot of the game. It was an amazing time, and I'll tell you this: if you played Vanguard when the game launched, it was broken severely. A month before the beta, they implemented a patch that broke the game. The game was flawless up until their last update. We begged and pleaded for a week with them to roll back to the previous build so the game could launch flawless and then give them a couple months to work on the other stuff while everybody leveled up. They told us vehemently they knew what they were doing, they had plenty of time. They didn't have plenty of time. Sony forced them to put the product out because they needed a return on their investment, and they shot themselves everywhere in the body, revived themselves, and shot them all over again because the game came out broken and 90% of the population was gone within like the first 3 months, I think. And then it took them like a year before they implemented a patch to fix the majority of the bugs, but by then the damage was done. Oh, 20 years later, it still stings. I still get worked up over it. It was 20 years ago. I should give it up, but I can't because it was going to be the next EQ. It was going to be this. This is the next iteration of Vanguard as far as I'm concerned, even though the inspiration behind this is EQ, World of Warcraft, and, well, a little bit of Vanguard. 2017. Yeah, there's a private server out there, but the game itself was shut down, I think, in 2017. We got 2 again. Mine in the beta was Hodant, H-O-D-A-N-T. I just met somebody else who was in the Vanguard beta. Imagine that. What are the odds? That's hilarious. He worked with the Disciple class. Wow. Dude, Vanguard was amazing. I had a level 50 adventurer, crafter, and diplomat. We used to run around and do all the diplomatic events. We used to flip all the city. Dude, man, that game. And nobody since then has done that whole diplomacy thing. Yes, there's factions, but diplomacy being a twist on the factions, diplomacy was phenomenal. You got it. For those who don't know, Vanguard had it. So, Vanguard Saga of Heroes had a diplomacy sphere that factored into the game's mechanics. And what diplomacy did was, you went through and played almost like a Magic the Gathering, Pokemon CCG type setup. You collected cards with different abilities, you built different decks, and then you would go around the world to a bunch of different locations and play these events against other diplomats, and if you won, you got certain rewards. And one of the types of rewards were passive buffs. So what you would do is you would go into, say, one of the major cities. You would go to 3 different diplomats. You and 3 other diplomats yourself would go in and have an event or have a duel with 3 or 4 other diplomats. And if we all won, we triggered this buff. And let's say the buff was 5% XP for 2 hours. That buff would go over the city for like a half hour or 40 minutes. And when it did, the server would be notified so players could run into the city And the second they run into the city, they would get all those buffs applied to them, and then they could leave for 2 hours and take advantage of it. Like, and it was cool because it wasn't just the cities. You could do it in outposts. You could do it out by dungeons. It was fantastic. Yeah, yeah. Nope. Oh no, that ain't right. That's crazy. Oh, that's not fair. You're not allowed to path there. You're not allowed to path there. Yes, yes. Come on, dude. Come on, dude. Big walk. Oh, I'm so good. I'm so good. I'm so good. Not up. No, I'm 40% in. I still need 60. It is now, yes. You guys are doing fantastic. Yeah, but they're glass cannons. They do they do more damage than these mobs do, so you need to kill them quickly. That's why they're 50 hit points, because they do 5,000 damage. They'll wreck a person. They'll eat through a group. That's why at the entrance, whenever little spiders are pulled, everybody gets on them. Everybody. Get them killed. AEs, kitchen sinks, doesn't matter. Get them killed or else they'll eat through the whole group. Yep, and keep doing that. That's a fantastic thing to do, or a fantastic method to get around them. Oh, okay, so somebody's at the ghost room. That's fine. We're not going to pull there. We gotta wait for respawns. Get out from in front of them. Get out from in front of them. Don't die. Yeah, the Ravager's do an ability called Ravage. If you stand in front for the 4 seconds that it goes off, he'll chew through your hit points. It can make short work of a tank too, but it is interruptible. So, the Ravage ability here is indiscriminate. So, one of the first few times that I was in here, I already understood how the zone worked, because we'd already been through most of it. But we were up at the entrance fighting, and a couple of us had to go AFK. So we started pulling this Ravage, and there was another group off to the side of the entrance where you zone in that had already gone AFK. Well, the Ravager stopped and went to perform Ravage. Took out half my group, but took out all 6 members of the other group too, because they were sitting there AFK. So Ravage will eat through everybody at the same time, no questions asked. Now, however, I believe they've weakened it now. Now, it'll still kill you, but it's not as serious. Like, he would wail for 4 seconds before, and you'd be dead in 2. Now, a tank could probably take 4 seconds of it, and probably have 5% of its health left, I would say. Yeah, Ravage is no joke. And that's intentional. It's like a wake-up call. But then they nerfed it. They really shouldn't have, because it taught people a lesson. Not sure what that would have been. Is this other group pulling from this chamber, maybe? Is that why we're not getting these guys? Oh, nope, they're fighting the ghosts. They're doing the script. There's nobody there. Oh yeah, for those who don't know, there's a script in this dungeon between the Black Rose and the Eltherians. The Eltherians want the Black Rose out of here because they're meddling, drilling, digging, stealing all the resources, looting and pillaging. And the Black Rose want to stay. So if Black Rose and the ghosts get close to each other, they'll automatically aggro each other. If you're quick enough, you can actually move past them while they're fighting. I'll say this game doesn't have static necessities. A lot of people will jump into a game and say, or jump into this game and say, I'm not going into this dungeon unless I have blank. A Dire Lord, or an Enchanter, or a Cleric. They're all full of shit. You can come in here. If you don't have an Enchanter, bring a Rogue. A Rogue can use the traps just as well as an Enchanter. The Rogue might not be able to lock down half a dozen mobs like the Enchanter can, but you can get through this entire dungeon without an Enchanter. You just have to get good at playing. Right. Yes, they have their channeled mez. But that's higher up. I think that's like 18 or 16. Oh, maybe it is early on. It's been a while since I played a Necro. Okay, Room, you too, man. Right. It's the guy I was telling you that's like stronger than trash but weaker than named. It's like the midway placeholder. The pit bosses. The pit bosses always drop like half a gold. I would agree with that. They've messed around with the drop rates though. The manor used to have armor that would drop a little bit more regular than it does now. We were up there the other day and I think we only saw one piece of armor for about 2.5 hours worth of work up there, and that's not how I remember it before, but it used to drop armor with some form of regularity, which was nice because it's a great precursor before you head over here to Halnir's. And the cool thing is when you come over here, up at the top at the entrance with the rat canard, there's 3 different armor sets that drop up there. So there's a light, there's a medium, and there's a heavy. Now the heavy is chain, the medium is leather, and the light is cloth. But they all have a chance to drop one of 3 different sets of armor. Then you come down here, and I believe there are 2 sets of armor that drop off the black rose, but I could be wrong. And then when you get to the ghosts, I think there's 2 sets of armor there as well, but there might be 3. And plate... Yeah, sorry, I was just going to say, plate doesn't start dropping till mid-20s. So if you get to the ghosts and you get down to the lower Halnirs where the higher level ghosts are, 24 to 26, you'll start seeing wisp metal, which is plate armor. And then anything else, any other content in the game that's roughly level 25 and up, you'll start seeing plate drops. Makes the progression a little easier. Mind you, that's what crafting is for. So crafting is really good to get situated. The moment you have somebody that's up in armor smithing, get a set of like ashen bronze armor as quickly as possible, then use that until they get up to tier 3 when they can start making the heavy armor with stats. You'll probably get somebody who can make that before you get to the content to loot that. So it's always nice to get that as well, and then you could probably set yourself up for a while off of crafted gear. You just need to get a lot of resources. I really look into it myself. I did leather working on this guy just for the backpacks. That's it. And I'm doing alchemy for the resist potions and the health potions. But I'm realizing the health potions are a little more difficult to create because you need rock dust or rock salt, whatever it's called. And it used to come out regularly from smelting. Now it's very rare, which is a problem because once you click a health pot, it takes a while to get it back. Am I being buffed? I want to say 3 minutes. They're meant as like an oh crap moment. Or like if you get knocked purple and the mob changes targets and somebody manages to pick you up, where you have like 2% of your health, you just pop a potion and you've got, 50 hit points or 35 hit points. Gives you a bit of a buffer till somebody can heal you. Okay. The spawn order is messed up. What's going on here? Oh yeah. Okay. Could be. How you guys in chat doing? What's going on? What are you guys up to? Yeah, somebody's pulling this other stuff. I can tell you, it's come a long way since early access. Before early access, we were in what were called seasons, and they did quite a bit of work there as well, but early access, it's been motoring, which is nice to see. That is coming. I believe we're going to see that in the near future. Yep. Well, the game is being designed like Vanguard in the fact that when all's said and done, everything's going to be seamless. Like, there's not going to be any zoning into Halnirs when all's said and done. You're going to be able to run straight in. So everything is supposed to be seamless. The only instancing that's going to take place by design right now is certain raid content. But what that means is you'll be able to go into the raid zone contested with everybody else. But you might get to the back chamber that might have a grate or a door that you can only get in if you're keyed, which means you have to kill the contested version of the boss, and then you'll get the instance version of the boss to yourself or your guild or what have you. But for the most part, when all's said and done, this game's supposed to be seamless. So if you run into a zone wall out there that looks weird, it won't be there when launch happens. Oh, yes. We used to be able to run through any passage in the game, and you'd get stuck on the wall, and you wouldn't be able to move, and you'd have to stuck out. Run a group, get ready to pull that first hallway up top here in this dungeon. You turn around to run, you accidentally step off to the side, you get stuck in the wall, you end up dying, the mobs end up rushing your group. It's a bad day for everybody. They only just recently turned on auto sort with the banks so that you can now right click from your inventory and it'll automatically go to an existing stack. We didn't have that for the longest time because it was broken and players started exploiting some method with the whole auto stacking thing, so they just turned it off. It was a real nuisance. If you understand how the inventory works in this game, the fact that you have 24 bank slots and you have bags and crates that can hold 24 items, 24 times 24, and that's still not enough inventory to hold everything you need in the game, it's ridiculous. Whoa, 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 whoa. Where are you walking all over the place? Oh, you come all the way up here? Cool. Come over here. That's new. He passed like 5 times. Well, for the longest time, they don't have somebody that does UI. So during their process, because of the team being as small as they've been with the support they've gotten, they've had to bench players in sports talk and then call them off the bench periodically when they could afford to bring them in. A lot of the people working on this game, they have other jobs and whatnot, right? Like they do this as a passion project, and a lot of players don't know that, they don't understand that, so they end up dumping on these guys and it's really undeserved. But when they get the ability, when they need to do the UI or implement updates to the UI, they'll bring somebody on to do that. But my understanding is right now they don't have a designated UI person or department. You should email them. come on. I'll tell you, if you can design a raid UI, I would be grateful. You should email them. Don't be doing that. Don't be showing people where to go. People need to... Man, there's nothing that gets my panties in a twist more than people complaining about not having a map. I understand people not wanting to use their brain, but I can run through Thronefast and AVP like the back of my hand. I know where everything is, period. Someone says, hey, can you come out to blah blah blah? I'm there. Because I took the time to actually learn points of interest in different areas and different mob types and whatnot. All players have to, like... So many people complain about not being able to get somewhere because they don't have a map. You don't need a map for this game. Like, it's wild. Now, if you have any sort of mental cognitive issue and maybe too much information is bad, then I understand. But on the majority, no, don't be saying that. There's 74-year-olds out there that can lift, run faster and stronger than I can. So don't be saying that, you know. You got... It is all points of interest. Thronefast took me 6 weeks. First time in the game took me 6 weeks, and I memorized how to get to the manor, I memorized the fort, I memorized the spider caves, I memorized the goblin caves. Like, all of it comes to you over time. But if you're expecting to get everywheres yesterday, you stop playing this game, because this is not that game. Although I'm dreading the fact that over the next year, they could make it more and more like that kind of game, in which case, it's going to lose points in my book, but I'm just one person versus the majority, so... But you don't need a map for this game. You don't. I'm not the smartest apple in the bunch, and I've clued into everything. I'd pull that crew boss, but I'm going to aggro those guards again. I don't want to do that. If you could step forward... Did you investigate just now? You investigated. You're investigating again. Give me one more. Give me one more. Path once more. Path once more. Just once. Just path once more. You're too close. Ah, bugger. There we go. There we go. Thank you, sir. That's exactly... Oh, that's not what I was looking for. Ow. Uh-oh. We got two. We got two. Crew boss first. Right, there was no map. We actually did, over the first couple of years, the player base designed the map. They drew the maps that EQ ended up using for the longest time. You used to open up a map in EQ in the beginning and there was nothing. It was a blank page, blank square. I used to use three ring binders. We do EQ Atlas for the maps and Alakazam and 10-ton hammer for quests and items and whatnot. Yeah, imagine putting, you know, the non-EQ population into EverQuest where you create a character, you're dropped in the game doesn't tell you anything, you have no exclamation points, no question marks, no feathers, no markers, nothing. You have to run around and hail individuals, and then when you hail the individuals, you have to hope you can make up trigger phrases to continue a conversation, because half the time, even the blue words didn't work because you didn't have the proper phrasing of your statement. Yeah. That would not fly today. I think suicide rates would go up. That would stress people to no end. I just pulled the door here, didn't I? That's how it worked, man. Yeah, I remember EQ having the hell levels too. All the 9s. All the levels ending in 9 were hell levels. They were. Legacy of Yakesha would come out, and I'd do the quest for that heal that lasts like 40 levels afterwards. And you got it at, it was either 29 or 39. and then I would die, and then I would de-level, and I wouldn't be able to use the heal, and it would take me like 2 hours of grinding to get back the XP that I lost. Hell levels were brutal. ESO, Elder Scrolls Online, sort of implemented that in the beginning as well, because they used to have veteran levels once you hit max level, and the veteran levels were hell levels. But then they turned the veteran level system into champion points, I think, and it's a whole different thing. But it used to be veteran levels were hell levels on steroids. I just pulled that What? I just pulled that Cyrachnid. It was a fun game for a while, but for me, it was an EQ. I've played, I hate to admit this, but I've played every MMORPG that's hit North America in the last, 3 decades? And I've gone back to EQ more than any other game, period. Like EQ 1. Yeah, me too. I just spent the last 9 years, 10 years playing EQ on 6 of the last 8 progression servers. And then it was only 2 years ago, a little over 2 years ago, when I got into Pantheon pretty much full time that I stopped playing. And I had quit EQ. Like, I started EQ at launch. I was a cleric for almost a decade. I quit because I ended up in all sorts of other games. I never thought I'd go back into EQ again. I got into Landmark. I got into what was going to be the EQ Next testing. That flopped and closed. I still didn't go back to EQ, but then like 10 years ago on a whim, to show somebody, I rolled a character of a class that I never played, wouldn't get attached to, and that was a bad idea because I realized I'm an addict for Norath, and I ended up the last, like I said, 9 years playing EQ. Shaman. It's the greatest class in the game. And this is coming from someone who, like I said, did a cleric for a decade and then played a warrior afterwards. But the shaman, I was Superman on a shaman. I held a 72-person raid with just a shaman. I didn't need another shaman. It was just me for a period of time. And I held 72 players. I kept 72 players up, kept them buffed, whatever. It was amazing. The shaman is an amazing class in EQ. But again, you have to learn how to play them. You have to understand recasts and global cooldowns and who's got what and who needs what. Not everybody needs all your buffs. So you put the key buffs on who needs what and away you go. They are phenomenal. They are arguably the most versatile class in the game. I wasn't risking dying, chat. I had to use it. Yes, there's so much more to do on a shaman in EQ than that. Now, keep in mind, a shaman in Pantheon is phenomenal. They can solo in their spare time if they need to. They can, they're key for buffs. They're like the main melee type buff class, which is fantastic. They buff your key stats, your resistances. They have dots that they heal. But as far as spells go, like the catalog, the shaman just has, all you gotta do is go to EQ shaman spell list and look at the first one. What's the big level in this game? I think 40. I think spells stop pretty much from 40 to 50 for now. But if you look at 1 to 40 on an EQ shaman versus this one, there's just so many spells. There are so many different things you can do on the shaman in EQ than any game. WoW, Final Fantasy, ESO, Guild War, all of them. Terra, Arcage, all of them. The EQ shaman has the most to do. If you play it that way. A lot of people don't play it that way. I mean, to date, EverQuest 1, I believe geographically, is still the largest game in existence. Like, I think there's like over 800 zones in EQ right now, and there are 31 expansions in. Nobody will ever touch EQ as far as content. Nobody. It's not popular, obviously, because it's a challenging game. But nobody will touch it. WoW won't touch it. Pantheon won't touch it. Ashes won't touch it. Nobody will touch the size of EQ. Nobody. Ever. They are. They still launch they're launching a progression server next month. I believe in May, their next progression server launches. It's a server that starts at a certain point and then continues through with certain features, and then features will unlock over time. So for example, in the beginning, a progression server was what's called EQ Classic, which is just base EQ, no expansions. You would do that for 3 months or 8 weeks, then there'd be a vote. And the vote would indicate from the player base whether or not you wanted to unlock the next expansion. If the vote passed, you got the next expansion, which I think was Canark. If the vote didn't pass, you got the base game for another 6 to 8 weeks, and then a vote happened again. Then a lot of players stopped playing because they weren't getting content as quick as they wanted it, so they started changing it up with the servers and making servers do different things, like, oh, we'll start this server 3 expansions in, or we'll do unlocks every 4 weeks or something. So they've been switching it up over the last, 13 years with the progression servers. But they have their new server that comes out next month, I believe, starts with the first 4 expansions. From Classic up to Luceland, I think. Not Plains of Power, but Classic to Luceland, I believe, is going to be available to everybody. So that's levels 1 to 50. Then they'll bring in Plains of Power afterwards, and then they'll probably go on every 6 to 8 weeks or every 3 months or some kind of system. But the thing is, and so the teleporting with Plains of Power is very decisive, because a lot of people love it because they're able to go to the Plane of Knowledge and click on one of 16 different tombstones and go, or portal stones, and go wherever they want in the world. The problem was in the beginning, it destroyed the Wizard Druid taxi system. So all of a sudden, these guys stopped making money. There's no point in porting people because players just went to the Plane of Knowledge and clicked stones. So those teleport stones can be a point of contention, with the faithful. But the thing is, the EQ has their real-time currency or real-life currency, the Chrono. They were the first to do it. The Chrono has kept them going. The Chrono has fed every single progression server that's been out, everyone that's coming out, all the expansions. Chronos run EverQuest for the most part, and as long as there's Chrono, EQ is going to keep launching updates. Even when they straighten out whatever EQ3 is going to be that they're working on now, EverQuest is still going to keep going. They're not going to shut down EverQuest. It is the pentultimate cash cow. There are faithful that will play it, just like there are faithful that'll play WoW. Oops, I got 2. Nice work there with the trap. Somebody did damage. Hey Uber, what's happening? Oh, hey Mike, what's going on? Grinding in Goblin Caves on your Twink Rogue? Is it easy mode, Mike? Is it easy mode for you? In EQ, I used to write down verbal directions so I could remember how to get back to spots. Yeah. I was going to play the next TLP, but looking at the rule set, I think I'm going to pass. Yeah, the rule set doesn't seem to be groundbreaking, enticing enough. And I have a feeling they're not going to get the same player base quantity to play on that server, because it's just a delayed Plains of Power. No special features, no change to XP. You just get the first 4 expansions, and a slower unlock period, I believe. People will still jump to it, and they'll still fund it, and there will be another progression server next year. They'll keep launching progression servers, you know, every year, year and a half. EQ's not going anywheres. It makes them more money than it costs to run the game. Why would they get rid of it? It would be dumb for them to get rid of it. 1000%. And they won't shut it down when the next EQ comes out because they know there are going to be faithful who will stay in EQ. Look at EQ2. EQ2 is still my all-time favorite game over 3 decades for raiding and group dungeons. But it has an almost non-existent player base for as awesome as the game is because of the way it was handled in the beginning. But EQ3 will have their crowd, and EQ1 will have their crowd. Yeah, it's the dust throw or the sand throw they do. Man, can we get some armor to drop, please? Is that too much to ask for? Is that gate down? Those guys are down. Black Rose Watcher. Why is he back behind that gate? Oh, he engaged a ghost. Can I open this now? I can open this now. Come here, you. Why is my inventory full? I'm busted. Sounds pretty cool. Okay. I would say not. That's how it goes. I wish I could do that. Oh, bugger. I jumped as he cast. What level is he? Oh yeah, no, he's looking for he'd want ghosts. Yeah. The level range you would typically get for here would be 15 to 18. Whew, that was close. I should have let them med. Oh, they both spawned. Okay. I don't know. I don't think so, but I could be wrong. I can't see them having it before any intelligence caster. Nope, I'm right here with the group. Hey, Grix, what's happening? How you doing? You doing all right? Right on, man. I'm all right myself, you know. It's Sunday. I'm dreading waking up tomorrow and having to go to work. Right on, man. Thanks for hanging out. Hey, Grix. Thanks for using your Prime Gaming on the channel, man. Thank you for subbing. Good job dodging those ads. Now when I start going off on tangents, you won't miss anything. Okay, now I might start losing aggro. This is a 22... Oh no, it's a druid. Wait, who's the other one coming? Oh, Riff. Right here. Enjoy the chill content and talking Pantheon. Right on, man. Well, I enjoy your guys' company. Right on, man. Have a good night. Okay, this will be interesting now because we don't have a cleric anymore as our main healer. We have a shaman and a druid. This will be interesting testing with the paladin. Hey, what's going on? Oh, right on. That was a while ago. Yeah, this is my round learning the paladin. I'm 6 warriors in already on this game, so now we're trying to figure out the paladin. Yeah, I've mostly just been chilling tonight in the channel here because there's been a number of people who've never been here before, so I was just giving them the lay of the land, so to speak, and whatnot. You know, not really for anything else other than if I have to key up real quick and give a command because it takes too long to type stuff. I have. Recently, I know they, not the lower ghosts, but down, like, the other end of this place here, I know they stripped the stupid abilities off the ghosts now so that they made it easier for players that can't pay attention to survive. Wait. What do you mean they put it back? Like, the immoral surge is back on the mobs and whatnot? Okay, so they populated Praetoris closer. Oh, interesting. Oh, now I gotta get down there. Now I gotta get down there. We got a level, chat. We got a level. Well, now you've piqued my interest because I was to the mindset right now where I can't stand being in here because they keep quote-unquote dumbing down the game for, like I said, a lot of other players, but you piqued my interest to level this dude to get down there just to see what's going on. Well, my goal in this game was to set out to play all 3 tanks, level them up. That way I'd have all the knowledge, so if anybody were to ask me my opinion on, you know, is there a better tank, or how do the tanks differ, I'd like to be able to say what's what and so on. And a lot of people have been complaining about the warrior, so I've pretty much aced the warrior. There's nothing wrong with the warrior, warrior's fine. So I'm leveling the paladin now for the same reason, because a lot of people complained about the paladin being broken, needing this, needing that, and I'm like, okay, let's see exactly what's going on and see if I can manage the paladin. And I'll tell you, ever since I started playing this guy, man, I'm having no issues. Like, there's nothing wrong. And I mean, I'm not saying I'm pro at the, you know, all the classes, but I don't know how the other people are playing paladins that are having this kind of trouble, because I'm flying. How's that going for you? Yeah, I ran strength and stamina so long on warriors that the last two I did, I decided, well, this last one, not on this server, but on the Ermos server, I decided to go strength and con because our warrior skills are all based off of strength and con, but the warrior is built for strength and stamina. So I decided I'd do strength and con and sacrifice the stamina penalty to see what the difference is. And yeah, I gotta say, man, strength and con is the way to go for a warrior. Yeah. And I know enough about the game already that I know, where to go to get what stuff, so it makes it a little bit of an easier progression for me to not sweat the stamina, whereas a lot of other warriors might have to get the stamina. But every single one of my abilities is strength and con, which is crazy. Yeah, well, strength isn't working the way it's supposed to, so that's going to change damage output as far as that goes. Constitution, I don't believe, is factoring in AC the way it's supposed to. Yeah, I'm not sure either. My other warrior, I was over in Wild's End fighting the elite orcs. I think they're around level 20, and I was doing it with no armor. And we were all fine. I had to show people there's nothing wrong with the warriors, so I tanked a bunch of stuff naked. It was pretty funny, because the stuff was yellow, orange, and red, and I had no problem. It's a long run to get out there. You gotta run to like the other side of the zone from the city, and you gotta climb up this whole mountain range, and you gotta run along these cliffs. I don't know how to get there. I had to follow other people. For the port over? So far it's been sword and shield. I wasn't too sure if I should come in here with a bunch of people who've never been here before and automatically start two-handing it. I got a two-hander. I guess I could try the two-hander I have on me and we'll see what happens. Where'd it go? Oh, it's broken. Oh, they're both broken. Never mind, they're both broken. I got that stupid bug where they're level 51 and 0 damage. Have you ever had that? Relogging fixes it, but my equipped stuff is not busted, so we'll just keep it. It just means there was a lag spike somewhere in the internet connection, and it bumped the ID information for the weapons, so now my weapons are 0 damage, level 51. With a 20-second attack speed. Funny visual. Visual bugs can be funny. Yes, they can. What's going on, Soulfire? How you doing? Which do you think is better for Paladin, sword and board or two-hand? I mean, I'm a faithful tank. Sword and board in all situations. Now, I know the Dire Lord can't use a shield, so that's going to be interesting when I start leveling that. But as far as the Paladin and Warrior goes, sword and board, or mason board, just one hand on board, you know. The phrase is sword and board, but it doesn't mean you have to use a sword. People will like to show off with the two-hander because they think more damage. Da, da, da. It's not about the more damage. It's about managing your skills. Your skills are designed to maintain your threat. So as long as you understand your skills, weapons will do you. But for me, sword and board is king. I'll tell you one thing. I haven't had a problem with the Paladin. The Paladin's fantastic. The people that have had issues with the Paladin or have complained about the Paladin over the last 3 months, I don't know what they're complaining about. I genuinely don't. We've had no issue the past week that we've been playing this guy. And I'm grouping with all sorts of different people. I mean, I've come in here tonight with a bunch of people who've never been here before. Two-hand weapons. Reward here. When paladins use two-handers better than anyone, but in dungeons it's usually a shield for elites. The glass half empty, half full. Yeah. Exactly. It's too bad the warden wasn't up. The warden drops a nice two-hander. Oh, that's not good enough. Come on, dude. You see me. I saw you move. Oh, you bugger. Oh, spiders are up. Okay, right on. Yeah, you too. These guys aren't on the right target. Oh, hello. We don't need a Ravager. I don't know what the next spawn is. I don't think it's these guys. Might be this guy here. Yep. Okay, that's got a ridiculous range. That's too far of a pull. I can't do it. My character is broken. I keep saying my inventory's full. My inventory is not full. Oh, starting to have issues with higher level tunes. He's in AVP at the moment. I'm having an issue, chat. We've had a number of people come into the group, and they didn't stay long and then took off just out of the blue. And we're now down a person. I'm not sure I'm going to find a rep. If the cleric has to leave, that'll be it for the group. Well, someone's fighting at ghosts. You can see Ultherin here in the chat, in the combat log. These other two members are trying to get here. That's a nice mix of stats there. Almost every one of my stats is modified. It's gotta be that new buff there, Corsair's Blessing. I think that was only put in recently, right? Excuse me. Excuse me. Well, sir. Oh man, repping one person is okay. Repping two people is a bit of a challenge. Repping three people at the same time? That's a lot of time gone. We were so close to level. Someone just ran a train out through here, so we had to back up. I don't know why the weapons break like that. It's so weird. Even the name of the weapon changes. I'm the only paladin on my level? Oh, wow. Heal? What is going on here? I don't understand what's going on, man. There's like no communication in the group. I don't understand. We got people in the group and oh, you're gonna get aggro. Oh, you dummy. I think there are multiple people doing random AFKs and not saying anything. Straight out of box with a buddy key. I'm not proud of it, but it lets me do more. Find a good actual group. For sure. I get that, Grix. Mez. Somebody mez. We got an enchanter. What is going on? I don't know what happened there. There was no CCing. Yay. There wasn't a single mez thrown there. I didn't see any swinging anything. Nope, none of them had Iron Will. I checked. Well, we gotta run back. I think. We just got half the group together. This might change more. This is what I'm talking about, people. You get new people in a group and then somebody does something unexplainable and it affects the morale in a negative fashion. Hopefully these guys all stay in group, but I guess we'll see. Man, oh man, oh man. Don't go ninja AFKing, people. Don't be those type of players. Oh, thank goodness somebody was there to res. It's gotta be the other group. That would have been a whole headache and a half. Where's my two-hand axe? Over here, apparently. What is going on with my corpses, man? I have another corpse. I have no idea what's going on. Bobby Lee. That was funny. Oh, these guys are too high to be here. These guys are all high level. Okay, stream. That's going to be it for us. I don't know what happened to the enchanter. They must have fallen asleep or something. I have no idea, but they pretty much, I hate to say it, but they shattered the group. Anyhow, I'm out for the evening. I gotta go to bed. We got work in the morning. Those of you that are still here, as always, I hope you guys enjoyed your time here. We made progress. That's all that counts. We're 80% in. We already got 15, so hopefully tomorrow we get on. We get 16. We go from there. Regardless, as always, you guys have yourselves a good evening or a good day wherever you are, and I hope to see you on the next stream. Take care.